Good morning. Right on time. Just as predicted.
Your dedication will be rewarded.
Clone.
Thank you, Barf Gaming. Thank you, Big Gaming. I just don't enjoy. It's possible to play 1v1v1. Yes. You can set up via, if you use custom teams in the lobby, and there's enough starting spaces for at least 3 people. Or just free for all. With 3 people.
행운을 빕니다. You have not enough minerals.
Brood War Terran, Brood War Zerg. Boldly walling off the look. You know what? I'm not taking the risk here.
You must construct additional pylons.
That is a very... another StarCraft 2 player who doesn't know you don't need a supply depot finished. Oh my god. He caught the probe. I'll hop on for a game. Yeah, I need opponents.
You have not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals.
And then we just hope, well, let me think. Since it is an SC2, cannons have real value in defense. Because there aren't nearly as many things that can just go around them.
You have not enough minerals. You have not enough.
I think Reaver. Reaver's always good. Shield batteries auto target, they're manual target, from what I understand. They are overall better, but need to be microed. And they can't target buildings, which is kind of a key part. Takes a little getting used to. Is that? I thought there was enough space for a goon to get out. Oh my god. I mean, if I take... Ah, I see. Is that? No, can't. Alright, whatever. I didn't really want to hard wall it anyway. Oh my. A lot of Zerglings there. I do have the pylon to back it up. He targeted the cannon. He's targeting the goon, clearly. Please, sir. There you go. Oh, look at this. That's quite a bio army. He could just chase him down. Off we go.
Your allies are in battle.
Oh, I'm sorry. I stopped chasing him, so you lost motivation. Sure.
Research complete.
Remember that overlords are detection, so we're gonna get... No, scarab capacity isn't nearly as important as scarab damage,
Your dedication will be rewarded.
I think. When you have the SC2 engine to build scarabs automatically for you. Riva!
Research complete.
Don't be scared. Those hydras can't hurt you. Meanwhile, this. They really don't like the Reaver drop. Why do you not post bar videos anymore? There aren't enough hours in the day. Not so much a literal thing as I was mentally burning out every single day trying to do 2 different strategy games at a high level. I tried to find a place where I could just do like 1 video a week or something, but I'm not good at doing things casually either. I think for much the same reasons that I'm pretty good at strategy games in general, means it's hard for me to do varied amounts of them. You put a fucking wraith out there? Come here! You son of a bitch! Ah! I will in this life or the next, I will hunt you down. I'm still crawling. Myself, Charles Bartholomew Esquire III, Riva, and my queen, Brenda, will eventually come there and serve a heaping helping of ball-shaped pain directly into your face. That's very rude. Let's get hallucination. Did I get +2? I didn't. Alright, this hallucination. So, this hallucination, it doesn't do damage, right? Right. Okay. I was wondering if there's any more flavor to it. Don't judge my scarabs. Ah! My snail! That's a lot of damage. I have 97 probes, which is a bit high. Not quite too much. Well, it's too much, but not by so much. We're getting Darkon upgrades. Mind control. We're gonna get Darkon starting energy. Battle cruiser operational.
Hailing frequencies open.
Hailing frequencies open. Yes. Like you could close them. Winter from Texas. Hell yeah, brother.
Upgrade complete.
You want to get some barbecue and then go down to the shooting range, which is in the back of the barbecue. and then we'll go talk with our greatest athlete to ever grace the great land of Texas. Yuna Sotala, known as Saral.
Research complete. We must join our brethren in battle.
No, I'm sorry, Juna Sotala. As you know. Ah, shit. That's a bunch of defilers. Where's my deets?
Upgrade complete.
I need more Archon. Or mind control. Oh my god. That's a lot of damn. You missed the EMP because it's a real projectile instead of a fake one. That one he didn't miss. Give me my shields. Thank you.
Your allies are in battle. Research complete.
Yeah. Get him! Reba! Yamato cannon.
Your allies are in battle.
Online. Where's my observatory?
Upgrade complete.
I need those science vessels.
My life for ire.
Give me science vessel. Thank you. Oh, now how are you gonna get detection?
Have engaged the enemy.
The other science vessels. That's... Oh my... I'm not used to Storm being a viable option. I have no idea where my observatory is. Where the fuck? Oh, I got both observer upgrades. Now, if only I could repair these things. Ah, shit. My science vessels.
수정탑이 공격받고 있습니다.
Would you mind if I borrowed this tank? Thank you. I'll put it to good use. What is this? Oh no. My Reva. Plaguga! He's repairing my goons. That's sick. What am I? What? That mind control siege tank still remembers it was Terran. It's killing my own, It's like I must kill the Protoss. It's what I do.
Your allies are in battle. I have reached must flee. Your allies' base is battle.
Oh my god, the plague on every battle cruiser. You're gonna need to repair that shit, bro. Oh my god. Every single one. He's repairing them, but it's a full-time job. Oh my god, my own storms are devastating. Your comm sets, bro.
Your allies are in battle.
Oh my god, the play! Meanwhile, the entire army's stuck trying to kill a single lurker egg. Which we all know are invincible. What can I hallucinate? Hallucinate of targeted unit. Wait. Ah, yes. The scary I'll never expect it. The hallucinated reavers. You never know. They could be real. Oh, let's force the issue by taking this. Oh my gosh. Some of the reavers were real though. Alright, sir, stop. Stop right there, criminal scum. I can't kill the medics. Oh shit. He doesn't have high ground vision anymore. That is an optimistic amount of SUVs. Ooh. Riva! Classic Terran. Instead of building like a spider mine or more siege tanks, like if I just micro my marines hard enough, that might be enough. I haven't changed in 26 years. And they don't stop coming and they don't stop. I think we got it. The other guy's still in the game, controlling both. He dematrixed a defiler to get a plague on my buildings, which I can't repair, but the... Well, I guess the Terran can't... Wait, no. Can't repair just... Alright, that's enough, sir. That's enough. Your allotted time is up. What is that? Oh, radiate on zealots? Yeah, I guess why not? I like Storm being a real threat instead of tickling the Marines till they get healed by medevacs. Storm does more damage over less time in Brood War. Of course, you have to build the Templar out of gateways. Storm does not stack in either game, contrary to popular Bronze League belief. But it's 112 versus 80 damage. Which means Marines die in like 2 seconds. Which is pretty fast. I am playing no free-for-alls. Infinite population big game hunters. In my experience, the people who play those sort of customs are also the ones who are least capable of running it. I gotta give credit to Messi here. For like 5 years, every time I open up the arcade, there is a single lobby of Star Strikers, which is soccer or football, depending on how much freedom you have, in SC2. And the host of it is Messi. I don't know how often he actually gets a game going, but that's quite a commitment. Big fan of the SC2 arcade. Mm-hmm. Make sure to smash that like button on the YouTubes and you'll get recommended more content that looks exactly like this. In my professional experience, it's good content. You should be content with it. We aren't playing with viewers. As much as I like playing the same self-selecting group of people every night,
Not enough minerals.
I also don't like that always. Which eventually just becomes the people who could actually beat me, which is good, but
Additional supply. Not enough minerals.
I'm surprised there's more than a couple lobbies. But I guess it is Friday night, most likely. There's like 3, just more than a couple, technically.
Orders, Captain. SCV, good to go, sir. Roger that. Yes, sir. Reporting for... Can I read you? Yes, sir. Orders, Captain. SCV, good to go, sir.
Scouted first. Oh, what a day.
SCV, good to go, sir.
It's never happened.
Reporting for duty. You want a piece of me, boy? Orders received. Orders, Captain. Yes, sir. Roger that. Affirmative. Reporting for duty. Can I read you? Standing by. Give me something to shoot. Go, go. Orders, Captain. Right away, sir. Jacked up and good to go. Affirmative. SCV, good to go, sir. Right away, sir. You want a piece of me, boy?
Try to get to that 100 supply as quick as possible.
Yes, sir. Orders, Captain. SCV good to go, sir. You want a piece of
I'm gonna sneak an SCV out.
SCV good to go, sir. SCV good to go, sir.
Little cheeky SCV. He doesn't have range.
Wont complete.
SCV good to go,
Yeah.
sir.
We have range before I have siege mode.
SCV good to go, sir.
Group hug.
SCV good to go, sir. I read you. SCV
Ah!
good to go, sir.
Eh.
Yes, sir. I read you. Roger that. SCV good to go, sir. Ready to roll out. Report, yes, sir. Orders, Captain. Reporting for duty. SCV good to go, sir. Yes, sir.
Add-on. Not enough minerals.
I read orders, Captain. SCV good to go, sir.
Another one.
I read you. Reporting for duty. Right away,
New
sir.
subscriber detected.
Hey Winter, thanks for the
SCV
great
good to go, sir.
streams.
Orders,
I
Captain.
just don't enjoy it.
Orders received. SCV good to
Not enough minerals.
Ready to roll out. SCV good to go, sir. Yes, sir.
Scooter mines.
SCV good to go, sir.
Plus one.
I read you.
We're just gonna get
Affirmative.
double.
SCV good to go, sir.
Scouting engineering bang.
SCV good to go, sir.
Oh my god, the
SCV
scream.
good to go, sir. Reporting for duty. Yes, sir. Orders, Captain. I read SCV good to go, sir. Reporting
That
for
siege
duty.
tech looks like it parked on a rock. And then, what the?
Wont complete.
Alright, now orders are orders.
Research complete.
All right, bring it on. Orders, sir. I read you,
Add-on complete.
I think I just saw a shuttle, right?
Yes, sir. Orders
If he drops those on the spider mines, it could be dicey.
destination. Good to go, sir. I dig. Yes, sir. I read you. Affirmative. Something on your mind? Destination. Yes, sir. Identify target. Orders, sir. SCV good to go, sir. Yeah. Orders, sir. Yes, sir. Orders, Captain. I can't. SCV good to go, sir.
Gotta be careful about placing spider mines in your own base.
SCV good to go, sir. Yes, sir. I can't build there. I can't build there. Ready to roll out. Orders, sir. Identify target. SCV good to go, sir. Reporting for duty. Right away. All right, bring it on. SCV good to go, sir. What do you want? Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm going. I can't build there. Orders received. I read. Reporting for duty. I can't. All right, bring it on.
I don't know what happened there, but I'm not complaining. It looks like a Dragoon did not make it.
SCV good to go, sir. Orders, I read you.
I need this base. Like, not too soon, but
Yes, sir.
gotta set it up right.
Sir. Ready to roll out.
Honestly, setting the base up right is more important than having
SCV good to go, sir.
good sim cities worth like twice as many units.
Identified, yes, sir. I read you. SCV good to go, sir. Affirmative. Destination. Reporting for duty. I can't build there.
Add-on complete.
All right, bring it on.
Additional supply.
SCV good to go, sir. I dig. Something ready to roll.
Add-on complete. Additional supply units required. Insufficient.
Oh, the boys.
Identify target. I read you.
Add-on complete. Your forces are under attack.
You keep pushing it, boy. Something on. What do you want?
My, well, accurate Vulture AI, it looks like.
Ready to roll out. Yes, sir. The waiting on.
Well, they could have maybe gotten through.
Orders,
Your
sir.
forces are under attack.
Yeah. All right, bring it on.
Insufficient Vespene gas.
Ready to roll out. I dig. All right, bring it on. SCV good to go, sir. Ready to roll out. Report for duty. Yes, sir. Kyrie. Identify target. Ready to roll out. Bring it on. Oh, is that it? All right. I read you. Orders, Captain. All right. SCV good to go, sir.
Now that was good for me.
Something on your mind?
Everything before that was pretty rough.
Yes, sir. Reporting for duty. Right away, sir. Orders. What are you? I read you. Yes, sir.
I'm still very vulnerable if he ever realizes that I can have a third.
Yes, sir. All right. Bring it on. SCV good to go, sir. Yeah? No problem.
Goliath online.
Destination? Orders, Captain. SCV good to go, sir. Ready to roll out. Yeah, I'm going. Ready to roll out. Bring it on. You keep pushing it, boy. What do you want? SCV good to go, sir. Ready to roll out. I read you. Yes, sir. Yeah? Breaking up. Come back.
Lost my wraith.
Identify target. Orders, sir. All right, bring it on. I dig. Ready to roll out. Report. I read you, sir. Oh, is that it? SCV good to go, sir. I dig. No problem. Something on your mind? What do you want? Oh, is that it? SCV good to go. Controller reporting. I can't hit. All right. Bring
Keeps
it
him
on.
busy.
Orders, Captain. Ready to roll out. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I can't build there. Yeah. All right. Bring it on. Ready to roll out. I read you. Right away, sir. Destination. Yes, sir. Ready to roll out. No problem. Something on your... What do you want? Yeah, I'm going. Orders, sir. Identify target. Destination. Orders, sir. All right. Bring it on. All right. Bring it on. Reporting for duty. Affirmative. I read you, sir. All right. Bring it on. I can't build there. Oh, is that it? Over reporting.
Goliath.
SCV good to go, sir. I dig.
Upgrade complete.
No you keep pushing me, boy. Oh, is that... Yeah? I can't build there.
Goliath.
SCV good to go, sir.
Goliath.
Bro.
Increase
reach you. Yes, sir. Good to go, sir. Delighted to, sir. Identify target. I can't build anything.
Insufficient Vespene gas.
All right, bring it on.
Calling on.
Your forces are under attack.
What do you want? Something on your mind? You keep pushing me, boy.
Insufficient Vespene gas. Insufficient Vespene gas.
Ready to roll out. I can't build there. SCV's good to go, sir. Yeah? Ready to roll out.
Insufficient Vespene gas.
Goliath online.
Roger that. I can't build there.
Got another SCV stuck. Oh, same SCV.
Transmit order. Something on your mind? Ready to roll out.
Insufficient Vespene gas.
Ready to roll out.
It's time.
Goliath online.
Let's roll. What do you? Ready to roll out. Orders, sir. Receiving headquarters.
It was not time.
Yes, I reach it. Transmit. Identify target. Yes. Yes, sir. Reporting for duty. I read you. Order scout.
I lost my NG bay somewhere.
Insufficient.
Ready to roll out. Something on your mind? Roll out.
Wow.
No problem. You keep pushing me, boy. Yes, sir. Destination.
Your forces are under attack.
All right. I can't build there. All right. Bring it on. Orders, sir.
Insufficient Vespene gas. Your forces are under attack.
I did. All right. Bring it on.
Your forces are under attack.
Yes, sir.
Goliath online. Goliath online.
Destination.
Goliath online.
Identify target. Yes, sir. Yeah. What do you want?
Goliath online.
Order. Orders, sir. Ready to roll out.
Now,
Ready to roll out. All right.
Goliath online.
Delighted to. All right.
insufficient Vespene gas.
Something on your mind? Identify. Yeah. What do you want?
Channel open.
I read
Level
you.
1
All right.
diagnostic.
Bring it on. I read something on you. What do you want?
Not enough energy.
You keep pushing me, boy. All right. Bring it on.
Did I not get EMP? Oh shit.
Have you on visual?
Goliath online.
Receiving.
Insufficient Vespene gas.
What do you want? Ready to roll out. No problem.
Don't worry, that stasis lasts forever.
Something on your mind? Yeah, I'm going. We have you on visual.
Just waiting it out.
Ready? I can't build there. Destination. All right.
What a guy.
Bring it on. Absolutely. Orders.
Insufficient Vespene gas.
Transmit order.
Dude, the legs he'll go to not expand to the close location. Like,
Orders, sir. Explorer reporting.
alright, I'm taking this one then.
Bring it on.
Since he doesn't seem to ever want to do so.
Have you on visual? Roll out.
those Arby's there?
Bring it on. No problem. I can't build there. Identify target rollout. I can't build there.
Insufficient SE gas.
Let's roll. Yes, sir. Destination. Orders, sir. Identify target. All right. Bring it on. Have you on visual? Transmit.
Insufficient SE
Greetings, command. Out. Receiving orders. Yeah. Have you on visual? Commencing.
Add-on complete.
Don't worry, I know this base is perfectly safe because he'll never take it. Alright, he'll never even look there. Why would he? It's far too dangerous.
Something I read you, sir. No problem. All right, bring it on. SCV good to go, sir.
Goliath.
Ready to roll out. Move. Yes, sir. Destination. Yes. Orders, sir. Roll out. Greeting. All right, bring it on. What do you want? I can't build there. No. Something on your mind? Absolutely.
This is not the most defensible location for him.
All right, bring it on. Ready to roll out. SCV good to go, sir. Ready to roll out. Yeah. All right, bring it on. Oh, it's orders, sir. All right, bring it on. No problem. What do you want? Something on your mind?
The vultures won.
I dig. Reporting for duty. I read. Ready to roll,
Vultures are weirdly good against cannons. Like, it doesn't take nearly as many. It's like 5 vultures and you pretty quickly kill a cannon. But they also have the pathing of a 14-hour-old squirrel. Can one join one SC2 versus SC1 with the GOAT? I'm already subscribed. 8 closing parenthesis. Don't let my gold ladder misguide you. Not sure Cyril's here. You'll let Mr. I beseech you, good sir. You know. Let me appeal to your... Well, I'll see the chances he actually has played the mod before. Can one SC2? I don't. Can one? Okay, you can pick SC2 Zerg if you'd like. Alright. I appreciate the, like, saying, can one potentially humbly request a game, a lobby that you would also join? but using one as in the number, as opposed to one as like the pretentious word. Can one, number one. I don't think I've seen that one.
I read you. SCV good to go, sir.
Now, do we just kill him,
Right away.
or do we make it a game? Is it time for the actual battle cruisers? I'm thinking cut his legs off and then go battle cruiser.
Orders, Captain. Upper. Reporting for duty.
Additional supply depots required.
Orders received. Yes, sir. Orders, Captain. Roger that. Affirmative. Right away.
Not enough minerals.
SCV good to go.
Or,
sir.
of course, maybe he's, what does that say, 12 out of 24? Are there more patches? Are we using the full
I read you.
version?
SCV good to go, sir.
Remember to smash that like button on YouTube to subscribe here on Twitch. Remember, if you subscribe, I get more money.
SCV good to go, sir. SCV
Unless you're on YouTube, in which case, not quite.
Orders received. Affirmative.
It's a bit less direct then. Oh my god, that's not a wall. It is now.
Orders, Captain. I read you. Roger that. Right away, sir.
So he didn't have gas.
Reporting for duty. Yes, sir. Reporting. Yes, sir. You want a piece of me, boy?
Not enough minerals.
Orders, Captain. Affirmative.
He knows he's not. He is Brood War Zerg. Wait, he switched at the last second? Why would you do that?
I read you.
Maybe he meant can one being me.
Roger that.
Maybe he should use a more direct terminology.
SCV.
Maybe he meant I play SC2. I don't know. Either way. Like,
Standing by. Outstanding.
we're here now.
I can't build there.
Look at the size of this main base.
A piece of me, boy. Jacked up and. Reporting for duty. SCV good to go, sir. Orders, Captain. Commander. I read you. SCV
Back in
good to
Brood War,
go,
we
sir.
needed more space for activities.
Where? Stephen.
One needed more space for activities.
SCV good to go, sir. SCV good to go, sir. SCV good to go, sir.
Insufficient Vespene gas.
Standing by.
Research complete.
SCV good to go, sir. You want a piece of me, boy? I read you. SCV good to go, sir. Give me some of this shoot. Rock and roll. SCV good to go, sir. Go, go, go. Let's move. SCV good to go, sir. Jacked up and good to go. Go, go, go. Good to go, sir. SCV good to go, sir. SCV good to go, sir. Piece of me, boy. SCV good to go, sir.
It wasn't
SCV good to go, sir.
supposed to kill him.
Rock it. Give me some of this shoot. SCV good to go, sir. Standing by. SCV good to go, sir. You want a piece of me, boy?
Oh, you look like the bad guy. That's how I'm gold. He's like, don't let my gold border fool you. I'd like to challenge you. And then at the end of the game, that's why I'm gold. It's like, well, fooled me. 200 APM to die to 6 units. I was like, my APM was pretty high for that. Oh wait, I gotta... That's not gold APM? What is it? $90? What about mine? I'm at 106. What is my APM? Pray tell. You're gold. Alright. Good to know. I'll note it in my log. I only know SC2 Zerg. Why not pick SC2 Zerg? See if we can find any. Thank you, Clammy Nipples, Fable Senpai, Solo Flock. I just don't enjoy. Thought only SC1 versus SC1. Can I go one more? You were SC2 until... C2 is fine. Besides SC2 Terran. I'm gonna do the exact same timing.
Yes, sir?
행운을 빕니다.
Reporting for duty. Affirmative.
Affirmative.
Wait, SCV good to go, sir. Orders, Captain? I read you. Reporting for duty. Orders received. I read you. Good to go, sir. Orders, Captain? Roger that. Orders received.
Not enough minerals.
I don't think there's a
Not enough minerals.
better location to
Additional
wall it off.
supply depots
But
required.
Yes, sir?
Not enough minerals.
Right away. Order. Yes, sir. I read you. Reporting for duty.
Not enough minerals.
Orders, Captain? Roger. Yes, sir. SCP good to go, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Reporting for duty. SCP good to go, sir.
yeah. The discretionary depot there. Is there a way the SCV could get stuck on that side? I don't think there's any terrain space, so I don't think it can get stuck, but that means probably it can.
Orders, Captain. Reporting for duty.
Oh, that seems a bit late.
Affirmative.
Additional supply depots
Uh.
required.
Right away, sir.
We got it. What I got?
You want a piece of me, boy?
Additional supply depots.
You want a SCP good to go, sir. Orders, Captain. I read you. Yes, sir.
enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Jack, you want a piece of me, boy? Give me something to shoot. Rocket.
So we had gas.
Orders, Captain? I can't build there. Commander.
Not enough minerals.
SCV, just
Captain Red. Captain Red.
give me something to shoot. Let's move. Go, go, go. Outstanding. Jack, Commander.
Additional supply depots required.
Rock and roll. Let's move. Go, go, go. Jacked up and Commander. Give me something to shoot. Rock and roll. Standing by. Jacked up and good to go. Piece of me, boy. Let's move. Piece of me, boy. SCV, good to go, sir. Outstanding. Give me some jacked up and good to go. Go, go, go. Outstanding. Commander. Give me something to shoot.
I was a little late on the academy this time,
Commander. Standing by.
so it didn't quite come together.
You want a piece of me, boy? Go, go, go. Let's move. Jacked up and good to go. Give me something to shoot. Jacked up and good to go, sir. SCV, good to go. You want a piece of me, boy?
We did it. What would have been the counter? Queens on time. His queens were late. His second hatch was late. He had 2 gas geysers for some reason, which is a waste of minerals. And Zergling speed on time. Like, it's not that scary. Everything was late because he's gold. Like, can you beat Dark? Can you go like 2 messages without saying something mildly inflammatory for attention? I think they're about the same chances of both things. So that should answer your question. Can I donate? Is there Patreon? That's fine. Your dignity is all the charity I need. No. I said, thanks for games. Find it on Discord. Because I'm not quite that mean. Like, he volunteered to play. So, some credit where credit is due. Think we're gonna head over to Korea. What the fuck are they playing? Oh, that's a single player? Why are there 4 barcodes hosting this like Axis versus Allies map in 1v1 mode? You know what? I'm not here to question it. Moving on. What map is that? Eternal. I recognize it, but 688 ping. That seems wrong. I know the name of this map. I just can't think of it. Ah.
I'm sure it'll be better this time.
SCP good to go, sir. I read you. Orders report.
It's just because I switched over. It should even out around 200.
Yes, sir.
Which is, it gives you that full Brood War experience.
I read you. Orders, Captain.
Additional supply. Not enough minerals.
SCP good to go, sir. Reporting for duty. Roger that. Yes, sir. SCP good to go. Reporting for duty.
Oh, these are SC2 minerals. Okay.
SCP good to go, sir. Yes, sir.
Which does make things significantly more difficult. Because you have to expand, like, several minutes quicker.
SCP good to go, sir. I can't build it. Something's in the way. I read you. SCP good to go, sir. Orders received.
Not enough minerals.
You want a piece of me, boy? Commander.
Not enough minerals.
Reporting for duty. Yes, sir. Orders, Captain. Reporting for duty. Affirmative. Checked up and good to
On the bright side, there's a ramp, so
You want a piece of me?
shouldn't be so bad to deal with goons
Additional supply depots required.
until I get supply block.
Reporting for duty. Standing by. Orders, Captain. Right away, sir.
I can't, for the life of me, remember the name of this map.
Additional supply depots required. Additional supply.
Yes, sir.
Which is annoying me because I remember playing it a lot.
SCP good to go, sir. Orders, Captain. You want a piece of me?
Add-on complete.
Give me something. I read you. SCP good to go, sir.
Fuck! I built my factory in front of the ComSat location.
Yes, sir. SCP good to go, sir. You want a piece of me, boy? Reporting for duty. Commander. SCP ready to roll out. Identify target. I read you. Orders, Captain. Yes, sir. SCP good to go, sir. SCP good to go.
Research complete.
Reporting for duty. Yes, sir. Roger that. SCP good to go, sir. Orders. Ready to roll out. SCP good to go, sir.
No, don't put it in front of the other factory too.
Reporting for duty.
The enemy is all over your SCVs.
Orders, yes, and orders, sir. Absolutely.
SCV good to go, sir. Yes, sir. SCV good to go, sir. Roger, I read you.
Yes, sir.
Orders,
Get this shit out of my face.
Good to go, sir. Reporting for duty. Affirmative.
Add-on complete. Not enough minerals.
SCV good to go, sir.
Add-on complete.
SCV good to go, sir.
Not enough minerals.
Ready to roll out.
SCV good to go, sir.
Add-on complete.
Reva! Okay, now.
Yeah. Identify, Tom.
Orders, Captain. Yes, sir. Orders, Captain. Right away.
Yes, sir. Movie destination. Orders, sir.
Research
I read.
add-on complete.
Having that much less production really hurt here.
Report. Give me some. Yes, sir.
Standing by.
Give me some. Yes, sir. Reporting for duty.
Research complete.
I think I'm already dead. Like, he has a third. Oh yeah. Half the workers with no counterattack potential. I'm looking, well, SC Evo usually is on. Yeah, we'll give it a shot. Usually it's in English, the mod name, so you can pick it out. Only 250 here. Wait a second. There's free week on Chivalry 2. Fresh meat. That'll probably be where we end up after some more games. Do you consider Total War some form of RTS? Yeah, probably the RTS parts. I don't know how it wouldn't be some form of RTS. Not the map screen. Not the map screen that for some reason kills my FPS more than the actual RTS parts. I don't know what's up with that. I predict this game will either be under 10 minutes or over 40. Wait, which version is this? Is this the, like, effectively infinite minerals, or? Yes.
One way or another, you got this.
Reporting for duty.
Not enough minerals.
There are 2 SC2 Terrans on our team.
SCV good to go, sir.
I guess it's better if they're on our team.
Yes, sir.
So never mind. I didn't realize. I thought they were all Brood War.
Roger. Orders, Captain.
The SC2 Terrans will eventually go battle cruisers and ruin it for everyone if they survive.
Yes, sir.
Additional supply. Not enough minerals.
Roger that. Reporting for duty. Orders, Captain.
There are, that's, I don't know, like, is that 10 billion minerals or something?
Wait, sir. Affirmative.
Which is a
Orders received.
decent number.
Wait, sir. SCV good to go, sir.
Do I want to try to kill the Zerg right next to me? Look to your left. Look to your right. That Zerg? The enemy. Pretty sure that's the Korean term for Zerg.
Orders. I read you. Roger that. SCV good to go, sir. Reporting for duty. You want a piece of me, boy? SCV good to go, sir.
Our allies are being attacked.
Yes, sir. Checked up and good to go, sir.
Our allies are being attacked. Not enough minerals.
Commander. Give me some of this shield, sir.
Things are getting weird.
Our allies' base is under attack.
Roger that. You want a piece of me, boy? Orders, Captain. I read you. Standing.
Oh, is that a Reaper? Oh, that's
Our
our Reaper.
allies' base is our allies are being attacked.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
Our allies are being attacked. Not enough minerals.
Need a light. Jacked up and
Our
good to go.
allies are being attacked.
We might be the cause of the less than 10 minutes.
Our allies are being attacked. Risk. Our allies are being attacked.
SCV good to go, sir. Standing by. Reporting for duty. Give me some of this shoot.
I didn't get Marine range started. Oh! Well, He's super dead.
Additional supply depots required.
4 minutes. Less than. What was he doing? I mean, being Zerg in a team game is a rough spot. He also did some sort of attack on the Terran, and it didn't work out because you can build a wall. The fire bats weren't enough. He's got Marines! Run! Ah! Help me! Why can't medics stim? Heal his Zerglings! Uh-oh.
Research. Add-on complete. Our allies efficiency gas.
Reporting for duty. You want a piece of me, boy? SCP good to go, sir. I can't build there.
Well, I like how opportunistic. That's the Zerg. We only have one Zerg. He's in the bottom right corner.
Piece of me, boy.
He's like, yeah, this is my time.
Insufficient phosphine gas. Our allies are being attacked. Insufficient. Our allies are being
It is hard to expand his Zerg. In general, but also, especially on this map. So, don't blame it. We gotta, like, ration out the gas on one base here.
research complete. Our allies
That's pretty much what I'm doing.
Give me something to shoot. Commander.
Is there something I need to know?
Our allies are being attacked.
Piece of me, boy.
Pretty sure you could do a little drop ship behind that mineral line.
Reporting for duty.
Tuck that siege tank in nice and cozy.
Add-on complete.
Piece of me, boy. Rocket. I read you.
Huh. Those Sunkens are beautifully disgusting. Also, they have another Zerg.
Piece of me, boy. I'm listening.
It's like he's defending it.
Input coordinates.
Our allies Our allies are being attacked.
I read you.
Terrans don't care about your city.
Being attacked.
Go ahead, HQ.
Our allies base is under attack.
I'm pretty sure I could have just walked the SCV back here, but that's not as fun.
Are being attacked.
Piece of me, boy.
I'm doing my thing. You guys do your thing. Have fun over there.
Allies base. Our allies are being attacked.
Yes, sir.
It's about income in BGH, not about like
Destination. SCV good to go, sir.
mining out.
Our allies are being attacked. Our allies base is under attack. Our allies are being attacked.
Right away, sir. SCV good to go, sir.
Not enough minerals.
SCV good to go, sir. You want a piece
All right.
of me, boy? Input coordinates. Hang on. I read you. SCV good to go, sir.
Let's get Caduceus Reactor. So that's where it came from. Honestly, I didn't even know it was a Brood War upgrade.
Orders, sir.
Orders, Captain.
But that's where Caduceus Reactor and SCI makes a lot of sense now.
Destination.
Jacked up and good to go. Destination. Standing by. Give me something to shoot. Command. You want a piece of me? Neutralized. Go ahead. Jacked up and
Our allies base is under
I'm
attack.
gonna send a dropship to the Zerg.
Our allies are being attacked.
I want to go Wraiths. I'm going math. Wraith Valkyrie. And then I'm gonna learn how to. I'm even gonna learn how to pronounce it eventually. Kaloxin.
Research complete.
Captain ready.
Rock and roll. I read you. Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Ready to roll out. Destination.
Read the waiting launch orders.
I'm gonna get cloaked.
You want a piece of me?
He didn't need that spawning pool.
Go, go.
I keep forgetting stims are permanent. Run away!
Our allies are being attacked.
Orders.
Standing by.
How bad is it? I think we're holding. It's gonna be a bit dicey out here.
Our allies are being attacked.
Orders, Captain. Roger that. Standing by, Commander.
Ready to roll out.
The Wraith is 150, 100. Is that Wraith speed? Oh. Starting energy. I didn't know they had that.
I read you. Orders received. I can't build it. It's something I can't build there. Read the waiting launch order.
Our allies are being attacked.
Give me something to shoot. Attack formation. Go ahead, Commander. Coordinates received. SCV good to go, sir.
Upgrade complete. Our allies are being attacked.
What anybody, what would you like from the upgrade buffet table?
Yes, sir.
I don't think I have enough gas to support quadruple upgrades, but more ship weapons? Sure, why not? Thank you, sir.
Go ahead.
Research. Insufficient Vespine gas. Insufficient Vespine
Our allies are being attacked.
Roger. Yes, sir. Standing by. Roger that. Affirmative. Orders for... Go ahead.
Our allies are being attacked.
Did all my units die? Yeah.
I read. Yes, sir.
Our allies are being attacked.
I'll work towards nukes, but it's quite a stretch for Ghost.
Our allies
Can
are
I
being
even
attacked.
build a nuke silo? Yeah, without. You need the covert ops.
Give me something to shoot.
Our allies are being attacked.
If it looks like we're losing mid, that's when the Wraiths come in.
add-on complete.
But it doesn't look like we're losing
Our
mid.
allies
Oh
are
yeah,
being
remember the
attacked.
dropship? We're gonna get Ghost starting energy.
I read. Yes, sir. Transmit.
Destination.
Standing by.
Our allies are being attacked.
Go ahead, Commander. Read the waiting launch orders.
Nuclear silo. Get a couple more nuclear silos. The amount of effort you gotta put in is pretty significant. Wait, they stay stacked?
Our allies
The
are
Wraiths?
being attacked.
Complete.
No, not quite. I don't know what they were doing.
Insufficient Vespine gas.
I dropped out.
Insufficient Vespine gas.
Get him.
Our allies are being attacked.
No extractor for you, nerd. Back into the dropship. Boost. Oh.
Add-on complete.
Standing by.
Our allies are being attacked.
Somebody call for an exterminator.
Our allies are being attacked.
Reporting in.
Oh, well, they got a lot of shit. How long am I nuke? Oh, I have to build it.
Our allies are being attacked. Our allies are being
Pro
attacked.
tip. Vector locked in. No, I want to shoot something with these.
Coordinates received.
Our allies
How much
are
damage they
being
do
attacked.
versus ground? 12.
Roger. Vector locked in.
Now that's the commander I've been waiting for.
Roger. Coordinates received. Vector locked in. Attack formation. Roger. Finally. Ghost Street call the shot. Ghost Street port.
Nuclear missile
Well,
ready.
I'm all over.
here we are.
Give up!
Finally.
Upgrade complete.
Rosie!
Got me. Ghost Street port.
Destination?
I think it has a better, wider radius than the SC2 version. And damage. That was less than 10 and not more than 40? Yeah. I failed. That was just like a normal length game. Where pretty clearly we got the advantage early. Work from there. Are race viable? I don't know. I've just been using them like a Viking to zone out shuttles and such. Strongest air unit in all StarCraft. So the best air unit is battle cruisers, closely followed like StarCraft 2 battle cruisers, and then closely followed still by StarCraft 2 battle cruisers because it's like at least twice as good as any other air unit, and then Vikings, and then okay, so why Vikings? Because Vikings can land and counter most workers. And they're still good. Like, they have the most utility for the cost. I think, probably the only... The Oracle isn't technically an air unit, so it's also up there. Alright. I was actually... I did this for, I'm gonna say fun.
I am uncertain.
Let's see, one moment. Thank you, Mojika. 2v2, you missed that 2v2s earlier? Wait, did you want to play or did you just want to watch? Where is... Somebody made a really cool one of these. Are you sure you didn't want me to do the most low energy content? I'll just watch. Oh, well. Bold of you. No, okay, not React content, but... Okay, not the most low energy. Close. Where did I put this shit? One moment. I got it. I had one I really liked. Oh, tier list, by the way, in case you were, Oh yeah, somebody made a... I was just fucking around like... It's still a popular video. And I haven't done one. And my original video, I kind of hedged, I will say. Unlike, these are for noobs, not necessarily for, really anything meaningful.
Your dedication will be rewarded.
But I also liked how this one looked. Somebody actually went and did cutouts of all the units and put them in the tier list thing, which is, I think it looks real nice. From the graphic design perspective. Oh yeah, and this was what I did just tooling around. Is how I would rank them. But yeah, tier list could be fun. Of course tier list is fun. We'll do 2v2 after. I gotta reset it though. Yeah, everybody likes arguing. We're just gonna come up with some arbitrary, how do I, is there a reset button? Reset. Yes. There we are. We'll pretend we didn't do any of that. Also, for some reason, it was zoomed in a ton. Does the list include Brood War units? No, of course not. Here we are. Welcome back to the most professional StarCraft 2, where I, someone who mostly watches and commentates StarCraft 2, will decide how good units are and put them in a list with different rankings. Now, your opinion is important to have. Is it correct? Maybe. Does it agree with mine? Well then, we already know the answer. But it's time again for the most low energy, or at least if you're the ghost, high enough energy content in StarCraft 2. We're doing a tier list. So, what are the best units? What's the criteria? Because StarCraft 2 is the game of it depends. Okay? So, some units are amazing. Like an Adept, for example. Just going in alphabetical order. An Adept can be a game-winning unit. A single Adept can ruin your entire mineral line. But does it have the utility? Does it continue to be valuable throughout the game? I think the general value of the unit throughout multiple stages of the game is not that important. The point of a unit is to fill a certain role. And so we're going to establish what role a unit is, and then establish how good or cost-effective or just effective in general it is at fulfilling that role. And we've got some buildings in here too, which I like this tier list because it had the cool unit cutouts. But anyways, well, the Adept. All right. Everyone knows the Adept. But honestly, while it's very good at its role of killing workers, it's more costly than a Zealot. It's kind of clunky to use. I think it does a good job at that kind of early game pressure, but it has a lot of room for error, and it doesn't do particularly great at anything else. So B. Right down the middle. Pretty good at its job and not very good at any. You know what? I already can feel myself wanting to put everything too high. We're trying to have some drama and controversy here, which is very important to get people to like and subscribe. Or dislike and subscribe. It really doesn't matter either way. So C, the Adept. The Archon. So the Archon, when two Templar love each other very much, or are in the process of being murdered by something, or you forgot to research Storm. There are many circumstances, but anyways, the point is, Archons are amazing. They have major weaknesses, but for the cost, and because they're essentially just the product of a loving relationship between two Templar, after the Templar have had a fulfilling career, ideally, the Archon is a solid A-tier unit. Auto turret, which is on here. The auto turret from the Raven has been nerfed like 17 times over the years. But is still a solid choice. It's not great. It's the little baby turret. We have to tie it into the Raven somewhat. It does its job well. I think it fits its role, but a lot of the times it's because you don't have any other energy for things. You can slap it in the back of the middle. It's good. It's not great. So the Baneling has also suffered the nerf bat several times. It no longer gets extra HP when you get Baneling speed. It no longer one-shots probes with +2. It's still very good at its role of clearing out other Zerglings, but generally we're seeing less and less of the Baneling as kind of a core unit because it's just unreliable. And B is for Baneling. The Banshee. The Banshee. So the Banshee is still... It fills the exact same role of early game defense and pressure and potential mid-game tactical harass, like Banshee hit squads. For a little while we were seeing like the mech sort of style, like the Hyper Shees and the Cyclones. I think it's kind of gone back to the build a Banshee, feel safe kind of situation, which it does very well. You don't even need cloak. And we are judging at the pro level, not the potato level, which is everyone else. So with that in mind, A tier, because it really does, whatever you have a Banshee, it affects the game. It does that role well, even if there's just one, even without cloak. And the Battlecruiser. The Battlecruiser, a unit that is literally worse in the campaign than it is in multiplayer, can teleport across the map after a 1-second delay on a barely over 1 minute cooldown. One-shots almost every unit. Doesn't have an energy bar, can be repaired, has the highest base armor in the game, and is fucking cool. It's an S tier unit. Like, if you... Rarely do you see battle cruisers nowadays not be successful, and also it can be used in Terran versus Terran and Terran versus Zerg, and occasionally Terran versus Protoss, though that's more rare. The battle cruiser, it literally is worse in campaign, which is hilarious to me. So the Broodlord. Oh, Broodlords. Broodlords used to be a menace to society, to Terrans, aka civilized, and just everyone. It has a lot less range. It's faster, has a lot less range. Broodlings have been nerfed to not quite oblivion, but getting there. They have less duration and less HP. The Broodlord itself has way less range. I think I have to put it with the Baneling. It fills a similar role to the Baneling, or it feels similar to the Baneling in that it can work well in certain circumstances, but sometimes it feels like you wasted 1,000 gas and got absolutely nothing done. So it's really in that mid tier of it can win games or throw them. The Bunker. All right. So I would put it in the B tier, but you have to factor in the 75% restocking fee. Or the 25% restock. You can salvage it. Those stupid SCVs are always in the wrong spot to stop it from building. The bunker is A tier. The bunker, probably the best and most efficient of the static defense. Obviously, you have to put Marines or something in there. Almost always Marines, but... So, the carrier. Oh, the carrier. Okay. This is a hard one, because the carrier is still one of the best units for Protoss. Let me get this out of the way. It's not S tier. Okay, it has massive weaknesses. It's incredibly expensive. And you need, unlike the battlecruiser, having one carrier is just sad. Okay? One battlecruiser is that now the game is a battlecruiser game. Having one carrier is, why did you bother? That's the difference. It doesn't affect the game until you get to a critical mass. And that is why I'm thinking A here, but we're assuming the unit has the support it needs. And it needs a support structure, all right? You need the Templar to glide around nearby. You need upgrades so that way the interceptors aren't just poking them on the shoulder and telling them to come kill the carrier. But if you have that, it is a game-winning unit. And the reason it's ranked above the Broodlord is because it hits air. Like, it is you can just have a carrier to get there. So, the Changeling. I feel like the Changeling is perpetually underrated. Pro players are pretty good at sussing them out, but the Changeling is it's fun, and why not? Like, honestly, I think the Changeling is pretty great. Zerg already has a ton of tools for vision, but they all take a lot of effort. The Changeling is another one of them, though. That adds to it. Like, between Overseers, Overlords, Creep, Changelings, there's a lot of options. But the Changeling is definitely a unique one, and I think it's cool. So, and I also like how it's on the list. Alright, the Colossus. The Colossus used to be a menace to armored and light units alike, of which the Ghost is neither. Just throwing that one in there. But now only does real bonus damage to light, is still strong, but is not a game decider. Is not like a, now I have Colossi, so I win the game sort of situation. It fills its role, but it also needs a support structure, which is it's quite headstrong, if you would. I think the Colossus is in B tier for that. Like, you can win the game with it, but it isn't going to be the game winner. The Corruptor. Honestly, I think Corruptors are a little underrated. There are a lot of the time, Corruptors are either Brood Lords in waiting, or a desperation move. I think well-timed Corruptors are underused at the moment. Especially against Terran. The issue is, of course, Ghosts existing, as it always is. But it's quite an expensive unit at 150, 100. Being only anti-air besides caustic spray makes it very niche. And there's so many times if you overcommit to Corruptors, and even if you do have Broodlords, where you just like, well, what am I going to do with... Now I got like 17 Corruptors, and they have a ground army, so... I think it stays in the B tier. Like, it's not quite C because of that. But it's right in the middle there. With all these units that are pretty good, but really are built more as a counter than as a core unit. The Cyclone. Oh, the Cyclone. Can we just put the Cyclone in every tier and then cover all our bases for all of SC2? Because the Cyclone keeps having an identity crisis. Where, for some reason, we keep changing it from, like, an expensive glass cannon to, like, core mech unit to like something in between. Right now, it's pretty good at defending early game. It's pretty good at being part of a later game composition. I think it falls in, like, with the nerfs of the newest patch, and overall I think they end up being nerfs. It falls into that pretty good, but not your game-winning unit. Unlike for the few months of when it was just slaughtering everything with no cooldown on lock-on, which is really dumb. Dark Templar. I wish Dark Templar were better. Dark Templar are cool. Annoying, but, like, they're a melee unit, so they gotta get real up close and personal. I think Dark Templar on their own, like, just going DTs is not very good. They're a late game choice, but they're such a high risk, high reward. Honestly, we're pretending like Dark Templar. We already factored in Archons differently. This, to be clear, the Dark Templar on their own, assuming at no point do they become Archons. Which isn't realistic, but as an individual unit, the Dark Templar is just rarely the game changer on its own. It adds a lot, but between the amount of effort that goes into it and the ease of countering it most of the time, it just doesn't get enough bang for your buck, in my opinion. Good versus newbies like me, but we're intentionally picking the high level here. We're saying Clem versus Max Pax, not Billy versus Joe. And yes, inordinately do Bronze League heroes just name themselves their names, which is endlessly hilarious to me. Disruptor. The double Ds of destruction. Dark Templar and Disruptors. There's like there's at the pro level, then there's Clem. And I think for the purposes of this tier list, we have to put Clem and Cyril aside. Yes. So the Disruptor is actually, it's not S tier. It isn't. It is a very good, just kind of zoning tool. It's a core part of the army. It's been nerfed so many times, and it just... I lean towards A, but literally, like, if we were to include Clem and Cyril, it would definitely drop. But even it just skews it so much. Even Maru gets hit by them. Just not Clem, and Cyril just invalidates them with various means, so... It's borderline. It's like an A-. Because it isn't that costly for how much it can get done, right up until it does nothing. Which is a big issue with a lot of Protoss units, is if they work right, they're incredible. And if they don't, they do nothing. Like, the Disruptor is the most obvious case of that, where it literally does nothing if it doesn't hit. Other units are just ineffective, but it just is useless. So it is the most polarizing of units. Let's just get this out of the way now. Workers are S tier. You literally couldn't do anything without them. They're on the board. You know what? We're going to order these units based in the tiers based on their strength. I should have been doing that from the start, but yes. All right. I like that. The SCV can repair, is great at attacking, and is an SCV. It has more HP. It survives more hits against Adepts and Oracles. It's just amazing. The probe, of course, is the probe. And the drone mines minerals, so it's got that going for it. As for the A tier, yeah, the Archon, and then the Carrier. What? Why won't you move over, Banshee? And the Disruptor is at the far end, even past the Changeling. Like, the Changeling is higher up in A tier than the Disruptor, but it's still up there. The Colossus, I think, is strong B tier here. Now, the Baneling is the strong B+ for the Baneling. The Corruptor is ahead of the Broodlord. The Cyclone between Colossus and Corruptor. Yeah, makes sense. C tier, Adept, yeah, Auto Turret at the bottom here. Yeah, for this. Ghost. There you go. That wasn't hard. Do I need to explain it? Do I really? Do I need to say anything? Okay, so the Ghost is, you can spam it out of the barracks. It can delete half the HP of the and all of the energy of the entire Protoss army. It can snipe every good late game Zerg unit or EMP it. It also has better DPS against like Zerglings and Zealots just auto attacking than a Marine. It doesn't take bonus damage from anything. It has 100 HP, which is almost double that of a Marine and closer to a Marauder. Like, it's just and when it dies, it in the rare. Oh yeah, it can cloak. By the way, we didn't even mention nuclear missiles or cloak, because those are just like such side cases. So it's essentially a MOBA unit in yeah, well, it's S tier. Hellbat. I wish the Hellbat was better. It has very niche use, not very niche, but pretty niche use in late game Terran versus Zerg. Otherwise, I think it puts it in a strong C tier position. Like, it can be very good, but it isn't something to rely on most of the time in most matchups. There are timings for it, but it's rarely the real hero. Hellions are definitely better. Now, the Hellion itself, this is another example like the Banshee, where you don't rely on Hellions to be your core unit, but they're a very cost-effective way of handling the early game. And they see use in every matchup. You see Hellions against Terran, Zerg, and Protoss in a similar role, which means they're very good at that role of the early game harass/defense in a very mineral cost-effective way. So that is why the Hellion deserves a solid. You know what? I sold myself the Hellion up with the Archon. I'm selling myself. It might even be ahead of the Archon, but all right, High Templar. That is an example of a unit that is... Yeah, the Hellion is an example of a unit that's very good at its specific role, without really bleeding into a bunch of others. At this rate, nothing is D tier. We might do some shifting around, alright? There's so much it depends in this game. All units can find a niche. And there aren't that many units, so... we don't have that much left. Okay, we do have a lot left, but... High Templar. Okay, High Templar. Once again, we're divorcing the idea, somewhat ironically, that they become Archons. We're treating the Archons as a separate deal, which is not really fair, but for the purposes of this. The High Templar is Storm, and Feedback, and Water Balloons. Comes out of the Templar archives. It's like... it is like B+, A-. Because it has some very clear counters and weaknesses and is very hard to work into compositions, the Disruptor is not as countered by EMP or just by being overwhelmed. But those are kind of interchangeable. I might rethink High Templar here. It might end up in A tier. We'll see. We'll see. I'll marinate on that a bit. Hydralisk. Oh, Hydralisk. We're going to follow the same logic as everything else. The Hydralisk is not a lurker egg. I mean, it is. But as an individual unit, it's very strong when you get enough of it. Its big weakness is how costly it is. 50 gas apiece. And you can't just build like 4 Hydras. You need like 10, 20 Hydras before you have a Hydra army. The upgrades are relatively cheap. It kicks in. Hydras kick in at an odd time. That's their major weakness. That's why you don't see it as often. Like, if you're wondering why you don't see Hydras as much against, like, Protoss or Terran, it just takes too much investment to get to them before, like, a Blinkstalker attack or Marine tank timing comes in. It just... Okay, so it's at least B. I'm working myself to A. I'm not sure yet. The Hydra, it's still very good for what it is. And is kind of based on how you play around it. I'm thinking, like, now I'm comparing it to, like, the Templar and the Disruptor. It fills its role. No, it deserves to be in B tier. Okay, because it also is hard countered by a lot of things. It's a big investment that can go wrong. And sometimes very, very dramatically so. So it deserves to be in the B tier. But the question is now where? It's better than the Baneling, which is going to be a little controversial, I think. But I would put it above the Baneling, though usually they're peas in a pod. Would I put it above the High Templar? Does the High Templar pay off and fill its role better? No, the Hydra goes above the High Templar. There you go. Though the High Templar between them would be storming both, but... yeah. Now, the gaps between these are not significant. It's just... feelings. Alright, the Immortal is amazing. Right up until it has to fight, like, 4 Marines or Zerglings. The Immortal is... very, very good. But its major weakness against weak units, because it doesn't fight cowards like weak units like Zerglings, is what keeps it out of S tier. I feel like the Immortal is just, it's such a core unit. It's very good. You almost never regret having Immortals in your army, I think, is a key component. So, Immortals and Arca. I'm gonna, just to make it look like I'm putting some variety in there. The Immortal, go, and then the Hellion, and then the Archon. Because the Archon has much clearer weaknesses, despite its strengths. And now the Serral Fester. Okay, wait. No, we gotta cut out the Serral Fester and make it just the Infester. Which, for everybody else, is not nearly as good. The Infester has been nerfed 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... I don't know how many times Zerg has been nerfed here. It recently got a range buff to Fungal at the cost of damage. Well, recently got its damage nerfed, so that way it doesn't even 2-hit Marines. And also, doesn't unburrow slower. It's less useful than it was. It doesn't have the infested Terrans. It's still very good. It's not S. Like, the Infester with infested Terrans would have been an S tier unit, absolutely no question. But, not anymore. There are too many dramatic count. You can't just build Infestors anymore. It's not a ghost, okay? It doesn't just win the game on its own. So, it's in the A tier. I think it's still just an amazing unit. But just too many weaknesses. It's up there. It's so fragile, but at the same time, it needs to be. Because fungal and neural parasite, I do think microbial shroud is a little underused. The problem is it doesn't do anything against spellcasting and all that, so. The Liberator. Oh, the Liberator. No, it's not staying there. The Liberator, a unit so good, maps are literally designed around it. Has been nerfed multiple times, but I gotta keep going back to the ninja buff of 2023. When, like, after we first proposed patch notes, there was a change that was slipped in. That just continues to this day. The Liberator used to cost 150, 150. It's now 150, 125. It's 25 gas less than it was for most of the rest of Legacy of the Void, which does add up. And also, like, just, like, is anybody asking for a Liberator buff? But here we are. It's at least A tier. I don't think it's quite S tier. It's not the Liberator of old that could also counter every air unit. But, yeah, it's very good at what it treads on the siege tank roll so much. It's a bit sad for the tanks, but the tanks are also finding their identity again now that we slightly nerfed the Widowmine. And Terrans were forced to build siege tanks, which are still very good. Again. Now the Lurker. I think there was a time the Lurker would have been, like, arguably S tier. And now I'd have to argue it into A. Because we've seen time and time again recently. Remember, we're talking about pros, not your 3-ladder games this year. We have seen Lurkers die in so many exciting and creative ways. They're still a very good unit, but remember the cost. You have to build the Hydra, get the Lurker, essentially useless until they get Hive Tech upgrades. They still fill their role very well, but they aren't an end game unit so much as a late game unit, which is a bit different. It's ahead of the Hydra. I've seen so many. This is another, like, we gotta cut Cyril out of this. Situations. Because Cyril, when he uses Lurkers, makes them look overpowered. That goes for every other unit. But essentially anyone else. Alright. The Marauder. These next three, it's going to be very hard not to just put the next 3 units. Make that 4 in the S tier. Like, the Marauder is amazing at what it does. The Marauder costs less than a Stalker and beats it easily in 1v1. Not that that's how things work. And then when comboed with Medivacs and Marines. This is a political pick, by the way. It's only A tier. Because Marines and Medivacs are S tier. I will not be swayed from Marines being an S tier unit. And Medivacs are, like, for 100, which is less than the cost of any spellcaster from pretty much any race. You can have a speed dropship that is faster than almost every unit in the game, that also heals the units that take damage in order to do more damage. Like, it's the most synergy you're ever going to find or want. The only thing the medevac doesn't do is repair itself. And, you know, maybe next patch. So, it is up there. And I think more so than the battlecruiser, because it's a lot more practical than the battlecruiser. Missile turret. 100 minerals. Good at its job. But only hits up. Mothership, I can't put in D tier. There's a time when I think the mothership would have been... Honestly, I think the mothership, it's useful. I think most people are still trying to use it kind of wrong, which is quite pretentious, but... I like it as the tactical option. That's 400 minus 400. It's minus 300 now. I mean, it still usually dies, but... I'm putting it top of C tier here. It's usable. It has a place. Are we at a place where there's no D tier units? The mule's amazing. The mule is free money. And for anyone, like, the mule, it's just incredible. I like how we have the mule on the list as well. But, it's amazing. Like, on its face. There's a reason why Terrans build 12. You can't come to me and say, the mule isn't good, and Terran has poor scouting options, and then I sit there, and I watch Clement Beyond build 16 orbital commands at the 14-minute mark. Like, that's not... there's no reason for that. Like, they're just doing that because they're invested. Like, they've got big... just for their health. I get it. The day I don't see... Like, if I could go a single series where a Terran past the 15-minute mark, who's in a comfortable position, doesn't build double-digit bases for orbital commands, then I'll say, you know what? Maybe it's not so good. You know, maybe we should just put the orbital command up there, because apparently it's on the list. Like, the orbital command is clearly and utterly... It should be in a tier of its own. The orbital command is probably the best unit in the game. It only costs minerals for map hacks and free money. It pays for itself in half a mule. Alright, like, just like Toss built 100 gates. Yeah, but those gates don't also map hack on a relatively short cooldown. And that's why they don't actually do that. That's why Protoss avoid building dozens of gateways, is because at some point you run out of money and those gates have no value. Nexus. The Nexus is A tier, I think. Yeah, it's going to go above the Infestor, but below the Hellion. That feels right. I can't give you a real explanation. But because it is so important, it fills its role well. Okay, it overcharged, if only because it has so much thrust upon it. Okay, it has to carry so much of Protoss with Chrono Boost and overcharge and warp-ins in range. Like, it's required. It's forced to be at a high tier role. Otherwise, Protoss would be super screwed, as opposed to just screwed. The Muta... Is it, Oh, Mutas. Like, they'll work sometimes, but it feels like the only games I've ever seen Mutas work in professional play lately are when they're a complete surprise from a player who was already winning, or when someone just refuses to build the counters. Like there's some very niche scenarios, but, like... I'm thinking of what was a Creator versus Rogue, where Creator scouted a Spire. He's like, what if I juggled my Archons to deal with Muta? You have a solid, 2 minutes to build a Stargate and, 3 Phoenixes. But instead, we're going to juggle Archons and a Prism. And that's how you lose to Mutas. You have to put a lot of effort in nowadays. Because Mutas used to fill the role of, an early game pressure. That Dark series. Yeah, that was... Well, Dark is something. He didn't win with mutas. Let us be clear. He didn't win with mutas. He made 100-something mutas, and he didn't lose. But he didn't win either. So, does that really define it? Like, he fought to a draw. Because he couldn't kill him, because mutas can't break a defensive position without risking all of them. That is their main issue, is just the cost doesn't justify the investment most of the time. Because usually by the time you have enough of them, they're maxed out with all their defenses. Because in Legacy of the Void, economies ramp up so fast that the mutas just don't kick in that time. And there's so many hard counters to the mutas. Phoenixes, Ghosts, Thors, Marines... High Templar aren't bad. Blink Stalkers are okay. Like, Zerg kind of sucks against them until they get Vipers. They're just... Nidus. Pretty good. Still pretty good. Especially for the cost. It's not incredible, but it is a strong tool. And we see it used to great effect. Honestly, I think it goes a little further up here. Because Nidus is oftentimes used to counter things like Banshees. Observer, also very good at its job. Is it cheap to put Observer in S tier? No, it doesn't go in S tier. Because there's a better unit for the exact same role. Which is the Oracle. We're going to put it there. The Oracle does everything an Observer does, but it requires more effort. It's just, there's an Oracle you see in almost every matchup at some point. It is almost required in Protoss versus Zerg, but it's also very common against Protoss and Terran. So, considering that, it has quite a wide-ranging role. Overlord. Pretty good. Overseer. Honestly, I don't know what's up with the Overseer. I feel like it's weird. I'm just so depressed seeing everyone who isn't Cyril use Overseers. It's another one where, like, Cyril the Accountant is the reason he's so good. Like, what was it, Solar versus Beyond? Where Solar was doing so well, he only lost, like, 5 Overseers, and then he lost 17. Like, Cyril, meantime, plays a 40-minute game against Maru. He loses, like, 6. Against Widowmines and Ghosts, mind you. It's so annoying to babysit them, though. Like, that's why Cyril's so good, is he does the annoying stuff that nobody wants to think about, and he does it so well. The stuff that feels very clunky and doesn't have really direct results. But he's so good at that. Phoenixes. Phoenixes, I think, at some point were S tier. Not anymore. I don't know where it went wrong for the Phoenixes. They're still, like, they go below the missile turret, somewhat ironically. I think they're still very, very good at their role. But they stumble. They have very clear weaknesses, too, which keeps them, like, that's a strong A-. And it's a pro-level unit, too. Like, they can help counter lurkers. No, strong B tier. I've talked myself out of it. They just... It's hard to get them to pay off. Cannons. Honestly, cannons are severely overestimated because of Bronze Leaguers being so intimidated by them. Cannons are super weak. But they're the best Protoss has. And they can be placed in your base early, which gives them a pretty bad reputation. But generally, as like a late game defense, they're total pushovers. They really don't have much HP. Their DPS sucks. Like, nobody cares too much about cannons in the late game. That's why you usually see like 12 of them, and they still get bases run over. Speaking of big-ass cannons, Planetary Fortress. Now, the Planetary is a bit of a double-edged sword, or explosive building, where it can hold a position incredibly well, but also it can only do that now. Can't fly away, can't do any of that fanciness. So the Planetary just holds it down. I think it's and it also isn't an orbital, which might... The fact you have to build a planetary and that excludes you from building an orbital, I think, is its biggest weakness. The Queen? Nah, I'm kidding. The Queen has to be S tier, because you notice the rest of the Zerg roster here? The Queen fills every role for essentially the first 7 minutes of the game. You need more economy? The Queen. You need vision? Queen. You need defense? The Queen. You need to attack? Believe it or not? Still, much of the time, the Queen. So, the Queen itself is by far the best Zerg unit. Partially because it has to be. Because there's no one else that comes even close. It has so many, like, it doesn't take larva. It's just been, the more you have, the better it gets. It never becomes a bad unit. Like, it's not the Adept, for example. Like, the Adept is good, and then it isn't. But the Queen is always good. It's just a little harder to use with large armies. The Ravager. Now, the Ravager is a very odd one. Ravager is a great unit with great control in specific scenarios. I think that puts it solid B+. It's also very expensive. Coming in at 100 in total, when you factor in, obviously, the Roach. So, it is a expensive sniper. It can deal well with static defense and siege tanks, but Ravagers on their own they don't always justify the cost. I could see it being A. Well, we'll have to relook, but the Ravager is a very good at its specific role unit. I might rethink that one. And Dark. This one isn't Zero. This one we have to look at Dark. That's Dark's signature. Ah, the Raven. The Raven, not as dominant as it once was. Definitely not S tier. There was a time when the Raven would be in a tier all its own. Alright, the Raven's gone through 74 different changes. It's not in D either. That's a placeholder for now, apparently. The question is A or B. Like, it's very good at what it does. Just being a detector. Remember, the Oracle is the same price, so... I mean, at the pro level, it can be a game winner on its own with Interference Matrix. But I think it does fall into a similar niche to the Ravager. And it's partially crowded out by the fact you don't need detection as Terran because you just got scans in your pocket. So, it's good, but usually not the best investment. It's just something you pick because it's a safe investment. So, I think it goes in that same... It's in the same zone as the Ravager and the Phoenix, in that they're a good choice in many scenarios, but sometimes impotent just because of what they are. Ah, the Reaper. Hello. Hello, Reaper. I don't know about you. It's an S tier unit in a B tier clothing. I think we're gonna land at A. It's amazing. It's so annoying. Like, I think it goes... It's definitely above the cannon. It's up there. I've got to do I need to rearrange this, or would it just be political? Because, like, are these Terran units stronger A tier units? They fill their role better than the other units on the board. And the answer is yes. The planetary goes further down. I can see that. The planetary actually I think is below the cannon and the Nexus and the Infestor. You know what? I lied. The planetary goes... now that I've been working out my logic, the planetary gets dropped to B tier. Very good, but also the opportunity cost is high. The price of going for planetary and not other things is high, much like the other units in the B tier. They're good units that cost you a lot and prevent you from other things in many cases. The planetary more literal than most. The key here, like the general rule, is S tier is always amazing. You literally can't get enough of these units. If you can afford them, or even if you can't, you should probably try to get more. The A tier is, you're not going to complain at all about having these units. They're almost always useful, except in obvious scenarios like not being able to shoot up, for example. But, like, you're not going to complain at all, and you might need more. B tier is, I want this for this reason. It's good at this thing. It's good at this thing. And C tier is, there's a time for that. All right, you better know what you're doing, but there's a time for that. And that's where we are. Roach. I don't think it quite lands in A. I think the Roach... It's just so weak nowadays. There's so many clear counters. You can't just go mass Roach. It's a core unit. It's intentionally very bad. It's not C tier. It's so cheap for what it is. And it's a core unit in pretty much every matchup at different points. I actually think it goes... Like, the Roach, Hydra, and Lurker are all in that same zone. Where they're like... like, you know? Yeah? Maybe. Those are my feelings about all those units. Ravager a little higher up on it, but... Now the Sentry. With that plus shield damage. Sentry's a weird one. The Sentry is amazing. But it's also very expensive. It's like the high temp... I think it's A. Yeah. It's like a soft A. Like a lowercase a. Because... You need Sentry. You need them. They are required. To have you need one. It is literally the Death Ball unit, because Guardian Shield is potentially the best ability in the game. Guardian Shield reduces all damage taken from range to all units within the Guardian Shield by 2. Marines hit for 7 damage baseline. Every single Terran unit is ranged. Many Zerg and Protoss units are ranged. The amount of damage, it's like having +2 armor for your entire army, including shields. So 1 sentry can be the most useful unit. But 4 sentries are probably a waste of money, but you still end up building 4 sentries because you'll probably lose the 1 is the problem. So I think it has to be A tier, but like, because you can't not have it. It's a weird spot. And hallucination is very good in a very different way. Force field is. If sentries, like my proposal is, and this is going to sound crazy, sentry mode, where you can siege up the sentry and it doesn't move, and you can cast your ability. Maybe it has a little more vision too because it's in sentry mode, and that way you could use select all army hotkey and have it in the wall. I know it sounds crazy, this sentry mode idea for the sentry, but yeah. Permanent guard. No, it doesn't give you guardian shield. It just puts it on a whole position, like a pylon type of deal. And you can cast abilities, but it's not a permanent guardian shield. Okay. Though, you know... Okay, moving on. This is not balanced. This is just where it is. It's in the A tier, even without that. Alright, the shield battery. It's been nerfed so many times. It doesn't do anything against Widowmines, doesn't do anything against Liberators. It's only good when overcharged. It's a strong B. Like, it's only 100 minerals. It's required. Like, it's another one that's like, it has to be pretty good. Because otherwise Protoss is screwed. So... it's good when it's not bad. It's just not the one-size-fits-all solution, because you need other things for it to shield. So, it's up there. But, and by up there, I mean, siege tank. So, with the nerf to the Widowmine, the siege tank has resurged as a unit that Terrans use. You might be like, did they buff the siege tank? No. It was always good. And also, the cost of the armory is reduced. It's just now Terrans feel like they have to build other units out of the factory, and oh no, the siege tank. Am I spiteful that people didn't recognize how good the siege tank was because Widowmines were easier to use? Yes. But the siege tank, it's not quite S tier. And it's not... It's hard to say. Like, it's the same cost as a Liberator. Is a Liberator better at its job? I think so. But it's still, the siege tank is amazing. It's a great unit. There's a reason we see it in every matchup, in every game. Like, every matchup sees siege tanks. Sometimes they're the only non-bio unit. Many times, actually. Which I think actually... But... games cannot be won with siege tanks alone. And you can win games without them. Whereas battle cruisers, marines, medevacs, ghosts, even queens, that is not true. Well, queens are a bit of a different case here, but... So, they aren't S tier, if only because they are not a mono-battle unit. But they're damn close. The Spine Crawler sucks so hard. Spine Crawler should get melee attack upgrades. Change my mind. They're the best you have, and they're also terrible. I will not be there's a reason you barely see any spines in the late game. And when you do, they're mostly to, like, wall off. They're just not good. They're just... And it eats a drone. It eats a drone. They cost as much as a cannon, not including how much... So they cost 50 minerals for the drone, 100 for the spine. And now that drone isn't mining. Because it's a spine crow. So they're what you build because you don't have anything else. But nobody builds spines. It's just like a matter of course. They just have to build them. Spore is better. If only because it's a little better. It goes up with the shield battery, but in the planetary of like it has to be pretty good. Spores also I forget it. I don't even know enough about spines, but I don't know if spores root and unburrow faster than spines, or the total time it takes to root. You can reposition faster. I'm not sure if that also affects the spines because so little does that matter. But the stalker. Yeah, the spine. And we're going... Some of these will make it to D tier. But the spine, I think, is the first clear one. Stalker. Oh, Stalker. Like, I think the Stalker is an A tier unit when used perfectly. It's so bad otherwise. It costs more than a Marauder. We're judging at the highest level. It's good. And obviously it requires blank. Another issue. I think, but we do have to judge it at that level. Like, it's a core part of the army, if only because it has to be. And there's a lot of that going on with Protoss. It feels like a B tier unit, but by the criteria of everything else, it's A. Like, because it is the best at filling that role of ranged support. The Immortal can't shoot up. It is the best at that role, particularly, but it has a clear weakness. Well, two, which is Zerglings and Mute. That's actually a really good explanation. The Stalker is really good versus units that are worse. You know that's true. Look here in the B and C tiers. The Stalker is good against pretty much all those units except arguably the Hydra. That's a fair point. Thank you for backing up my logic. Though against the A and S tier units, weak. So you know what? I think it makes sense as an A tier unit, if only because it bullies most of the lower tier units here. Lurkers and Hydras are okay. Like, Cyclones can be okay, but the maneuverability of the Stalker is the key point. Now the Swarm Host. We've seen a lot more Swarm Hosts lately, but I think that's more map dependent because conventional Zerg attacks they just don't work very well on many of these maps. It's C or B. Like, it can work. I don't think it fills a better... There are not many scenarios where somebody goes Swarm Host and you're like, well, that was the choice. That was the only choice. It was Swarm Hosts. No. Much like the Adept or the Hellbat, it's good in specific scenarios. It isn't always the best choice, but it can work. Like, it's not an unusable... It's not a begrudging choice. It's just a kind of a rare one. Which is what most of C tier is overall. And the Adept is in a weird place. Like, in the game and in the tier list. Like, the Adept is used in every single game. I still think it's not a very good unit. Even when it's used amazingly. It feels like it relies more on your opponent screwing something up than you doing something right. Which just, that's what makes it hard for me to rank it higher. Is like, well, guess they were a little slow on the... It's just such a weird unit. I don't like how you have to cover multiple screens as either the Adeptor, the Adepticus, or the Defender. It's just... The Adept is definitely the most questionable here. Is what I'll say. Yeah. Tempest has found more of a niche. Honestly, I think the Tempest is still underused. Players still go carriers by default, where that's not necessarily the choice. I think it's a B tier unit. It can find value a lot of the time. It's just not usually the first choice. I think it's definitely... It should be built in the late game more than it is. A lot of the time you'll see players go for carriers and then realize that was a bad idea and go Tempest. So... it's not great, but it's definitely not terrible. Alright. Thor. Huh. No. No. Placeholder. Spine, the backbone of the tier list, holding it down. Dragging it down. So the Thor is amazing. But it's outdone by most other mech units. The Thor is very good at killing like brood lords. It's good against Protoss and Terran, but it rarely sees use. This is going to be a weird choice, but I actually think it's B tier. It's the best of the B tier. I was thinking A, but because it at the pro level is a niche choice. Fills a large and heavy-hitting niche, but it is similar to the Ravager and the Lurker in that it has a specific use. Well, the Lurker is just kind of not very good. The Lurker is not an example here. The Lurker just is kind of mediocre, especially without hive-tech upgrades, whereas the Thor is pretty good all the time and great with upgrades, but has some clear counters as well. And is eternally the best Bronze League Heroes unit that isn't the Battlecruiser, if only because they only build the units you find on the box. And the Ultralisk, speaking of. Ultralisk, diet plan, different upgrades, gone through a bunch of changes, relatively, like, cheaper than it was. No, also not D. It's C or B, though. I think it goes right alongside the Thor. Same kind of feel. Like, expensive ground unit. It works well. It's not as ubiquitous as the Thor, but it fills a different role. It's just so expensive and clunky. The better your opponent is, the harder it is to make ultras work. Because they rely on, actually getting damage. They're just a throw it in their face and see if they catch it before their face gets smashed in kind of unit. So it's not something you build every game. Like Hydra once said, when I'm really far ahead and I want to lose, I build ultras. Now, ultras got buffed a lot since that statement, but a lot of the time it's still true. I wish ultras were better, but they would probably be too much of a menace. Vikings. Oh, Vikings are amazing. Vikings cost less than a Phoenix. Obviously less than a Void Ray, less than a Corruptor. The question is, are they A or S? You see Vikings in almost every game, in every matchup. You're almost never gonna regret it. It's because they got buffed. So in that same patch I was talking about with the Liberator, we buffed the Hydralisk damage point, which means how microable it is. It's when the damage comes out from the unit and how quickly you can like stutter step again. The Viking had its damage point reduced even more, which you can effectively, mostly Clem, attack while moving. Because the Viking damage point, they whip out the missiles and you can just kite back. And that's how Clem like snipes off warp prisms, is because it has almost no, it's almost instant when you actually click on something. It just has a long, it's like the Adept, which has a long backswing animation where it'll keep throwing, like, it'll follow through with the arm, but you can micro it away. So it's an incredibly microable unit. In fact, since it isn't a unit you want for everything, it's A tier. But it's the best of it. It's by far the best of A tier. Like, it is the strongest in its role, and it bleeds heavily into other roles as well. Great against ground, 2 shots probes, like, beats a Stalker on the ground in 1v1, so obviously goes above the Stalker. Like, it's so good. Technically, you could drop it out of Medivacs, which is a weird situation, but has bonus damage to mechan. Anyways, we're on to the Viper, which is S tier. The only other S tier Zerg unit, because the Zergling isn't. But where? Not above the Ghost, but I do think above the Workers. I'm gonna put the Mule right in front of the SCV, as it deserves to be. But the Viper is built in every matchup, even ZVZ. It is the default choice as soon as you get to Hive Tech. Oftentimes you go Hive Tech for Vipers. You can always find use out of them. They're pretty much required against many late game armies. And they're very good at their jobs. They're pretty hard to use well. They take a lot of micro, but they're game winners. And they're pretty much required in order to beat the top level players. You'll always, like, it's never a bad choice. If you have no Vipers, you should always get some, if you can. Now, unlike Ghosts, you don't want 20 of them, but they're still in that same role of, if you don't have any, you should get some if you can. Void Race. Oh, so sad. Now, remember, this is pro level. This is not... They might be an actual D tier. They're so expensive, and they're just worse Oracles. They're worse than Phoenixes at anti-air, and they're worse than Oracles at anti-ground. They're 4 supply. Like, you usually see, like, Void Rays are built when you literally have nothing else. Like, when was the last time you saw someone build more than 1 Void Ray? And that 1 Void Ray is only because, well, it's like interchangeable, a Phoenix or a Void Ray. They've been nerfed into oblivion, partially because they were such a menace. Like, so essentially Blizzard buffed them and then said, see you guys. And for like 2 years, Void Rays were, like, Proxy Void Ray was the build. They had lower build time, lower cost. They were just, and I think that was before they were 4 supply. I'm not 100%. So they got the nerf bat hard because of the terror that was Proxy Void Ray for those years. they are much like the spine. You only build them when you're out of options. So I think they fulfill that role of, I guess, like, fine. Yeah, Warp Prism is an easy yes, actually. The Warp Prism is the source of almost, I would argue, a majority of Protoss victories. Like, especially past the, like, 6-minute mark. If it's not the reason that they win the game, it is integral to winning the game. Whether it's for backstabs or just reinforcing the army, you always need a Warp Prism. You require, like, a Warp Prism is not an option. It is not optional. The Sentry is technically optional. The Warp Prism, not so much. You need it. You don't get to debate that. The Widow Mine. Ah, the Widow Mine. Finally been nerfed, so Terran only has a few units they can rely on now. The Widow Mine finally getting a laser you can actually see with your eyeballs. And having slightly less radius, as well as not being cloaked with an armory and requiring drilling costs. Still very good at its role, but I think it's gone from A tier, which it was before. It wasn't S. It was just annoying. I think it's B. At this stage. At the pro level, it is used probably, at the pro level, especially mass Widow Mines backfire just as much as they help. They're still a core part of any army, but they don't have to be. You see plenty of armies without them. They fill that role of either sniping off things like oracles or zoning zealots. I think they fill a actual role now, as opposed to just kind of being a low effort siege tank. Like, instead of being surprise goodbye workers, they are now an actual zoning tool like a mine should be. So yeah, I think the Widow Mine is in a less horrible spot than it was. The siege tank has taken over, and I think the Terrans are doing just fine. Contrary to the struggles earlier. The Zealot. We're gonna assume we have charge. The Zealot is... Is it better than the Marauder and the Liberator at its role? I think it goes above the Reaper. Zealot for 100 minerals is one of the best mineral sink units in the game. Not as good as the Marine, but better than the Zergling. But not by much. They are kind of comparable. But... And we're out of units. But the Zealot and the Zergling, which serve a similar role, actually. Zergling S, you mean the unit that can be killed in the dozens by a handful of Marines? That unit, S, just by semi-good positioning. We're talking about the pro level, not the I didn't look at my base for 45 seconds because I was trying to micro my one medevac trap level. As people get even better and better at setting up their bases and microing units that aren't melee ranged, Zerglings get more and more set. They're still very good. They're just any melee. Notice the lack of melee units in the S tier. It's because we come back to the StarCraft 2 engine being so good. It just makes ranged units stronger. Spellcasters stronger. Units have a tendency to clump up and respond to commands incredibly well. So, we're going to go through it. S tier. The Orbital Command. Is it the best unit in the game? Well, considering it doesn't cost any supply, it has map hacks and free money. Okay, you have to invest. It costs 150 minerals, but until Terran players stop building 20 command centers before the 20-minute mark, I could be convinced otherwise. But while Terrans are continuing at the professional level to build more command centers than we see queens on the field, I think they agree. The orbital command is S tier. There's a reason for that, and it's not just because they like the noise of scan. Then the queen is putting the entirety of Zerg on her relatively fragile back. Without the queen, as we've seen in the SC1 versus SC2 as well, you die to everything. Like, the queen does everything. Scouting, economy, defense, attack. Literally every single role in the Zerg is filled in some way by the queen. It's required. And every one of those roles is also countered by our next unit, the Ghost. You need to get rid of their energy. You got EMP. You need to kill lurkers or ultras. You got your snipes. You need to just kill Zerglings. Well, auto attack is amazing as well. The Ghost is ridiculous. It's amazing. It's incredible. There's a reason why the late game for Terran is Ghost against Protoss and Zerg. Against Zerg, it can be just Ghosts. Against Protoss, you need a little more flavor. But the Ghosts still serve a very key and oppressive role. As EMP is still one of the best spells, if not the best spell in the game. Because no other spell does instantaneous or effectively instantaneous thousands of damage. An EMP will do more damage than 20 nukes in your average game. But until that's no longer the case, the Ghost is still going to be up there. The Viper, very, very important to Zerg late game. You need it. In 90% of the time, maybe higher. Even against Zerg. Mule, obviously incredible. SCV and Probe are SCVs and Probes. Like, they're the... Warp Prism required. Marines and Medevac should need no explanation. Oracles, the best unit that Protoss has. Serves most roles as well. Just constant, for many of the same reasons the Orbital's up there, but also very different ones as well. The Battlecruiser is the most questionable here. The Battlecruiser is insane, but also because Terran has so many other options, like the Battlecruiser might not need to be S in this case. But the tactical jump and just the strength, like, the thing is, it's pretty rare to see battlecruisers lose. Now, that doesn't mean everyone just goes battlecruiser every game, but it feels like in pro games, we're mostly looking at Gumiho. When a player goes battlecruisers comfortably, they win. Even against Terran. I think the battlecruiser is an S tier unit. It just doesn't get used that often because they're the other one, like Ghosts and Marines, are still there, so. Vikings, amazing. Clear A. Marauders and Liberators fill their role. Immortals and Siege Tanks counter each other, but also great core units. Zealots and Reapers are very different. We're not lumping them in. But the Zealot is a strong mineral dump, as is the Zergling. The cannon needs to go way down. That's super clear. Honestly, Zealot and Zergling are almost the same in this. For slightly different reasons, but they're the mineral dump units for Protoss and Zerg. The Reaper is... It depends, but can be the best unit in the game, depending on... It's been nerfed twice, so now it's just A tier. Observer is good. I mean... It's pretty good. I think it's a pretty good spot at the moment. We need to make it like 30% larger, though, in my opinion. Stalker's there because there's nowhere else to put it. Hellion, great early game pressure. The Nexus has so much much like the Queen for Zerg. The Nexus has a wide range of hats to put on, so it's kind of forced into multiple roles, and is core because of that, obviously. And obviously, you need a Nexus to expand. Like, I don't know why the hatchery isn't on here, but then I guess because the Nexus has active abilities and the hatchery doesn't. So, like, hatchery can't directly affect a fight. So, the Infestor, no longer the S tier unit of old. Thanks, Cyril. Still good, but it isn't gonna win the games on its own. You need some follow-up. Archon and Carrier, also both very strong, especially when combined with Sentries, but needs a lot of money to get going. They all have clear counters. It's just, those are the A-move units that look great against everyone but Clem and Cyril, for reasons of the S-tier units up there. Nidus, it's also there. Banshee, Cannon, Bunker. They all have strong niches, is why. And I think are relatively cost effective. Like, they fill their role for a strong, like, and get a good return on investment most of the time, even if they're very different things. Overlord and Changeling. Disruptor and Turret. The Disruptor. The Disruptor could literally be at every tier. If I could copy-paste, we could just put the Disruptor on every tier. And it would be accurate most games. Why is the Spore Crawler not near the missile turret? Because it costs more money and it can't be repaired. And I'm pretty sure it does less damage. It doesn't have a range upgrade, but I'm not sure about that one. Like, you have to spend a drone to build a Spore. And, it doesn't, like, the missile turret has a range upgrade at the late game. It can be transfused and it can move. Which requires the S tier unit, the Queen. Also to spread the creep. And that's why the Queen is up there. The Widowmine finally has a role as opposed to being the go-to unit, which I'm very glad of. Thor, very strong, but also kind of limited in the roles it's used in right now. Ultralisk, same thing. Like, a lot of players try to make the Ultra work, but it really depends. Like, against Zerg and against, against Protoss and against Terran, it's a win more unit a lot of the time. Occasionally, you'll be able to use it to close the distance on, like, High Templar or break planetaries. But once you go in with the Ultra, you're so committed. Now, the Ravager is a bit different in that it sees a ton of use early, but still, 100 is not particularly cheap. A lot of the time, like, Ravagers can counter many of the A-tier units. Can. Not always will. But a shield battery is not the mothership core. It works great against Zerg most of the time, but is weak to things like Ravagers. And Widowmines and Liberators just straight up invalidate it. So, it's okay, but it's not the one-size-fits-all solution. Spores and Planetary, both a commitment. The Planetary is great. It has, like, diminishing returns, the highest level you get. Clem will use Planetaries, but I almost never see Clem put a Planetary as his base nowadays. Maybe, like, the 5th base. But he'll build another command center just to slap a Planetary, but not have it at the base. But, of course, that's Clem. Raven and Phoenix both are strong, but not always the right choice. Like, Terran already has orbitals for scan, so detection isn't always required. And Phoenixes are vulnerable to everything they don't directly counter. They're not particularly great against Vikings. They're horrible once ghosts are on the field, as we saw recently. They hard counter mutas, but mutas are hard countered by most things, so they're okay, but they're not amazing. They're just a little costly, I think, for what they are at the moment. Especially when you have the Oracle. You have to build Oracles. Like, you gotta have Oracles. Because if you went Stargate, you don't have detection or scouting from the Observer, really, otherwise. And you probably don't have sentries because Oracles and Stargate cost gas. So, you kind of gotta have Oracles. That's the rough part. And that's why the Phoenixes are kind of shoved into a more niche role. Roach, Hydra, Lurker, all pretty good, but also pretty terrible. It depends. Like, when combined with a Viper, they can be great. Can be. But they really need that secret sauce. On their own, they can, like, Ravager Ling Bane is a very core composition, but it has a expiration date. Where... Oh, that means I'm actually moving the High Templar up to, like, High B, because it's also part of the countering of Hydra Lurker. I'm like, where's the High Templar? Found it. And the Baneling is strong A-. I gotta put the Baneling up a little higher. It's still the best at what it... Much like the Stalker, it's the best at what it does. It's just not great. There is no other unit to fill that kind of, like, mass splash damage role for Zerg. Lurkers aren't the same thing, and they're much later on. Ultras, even later. So, Infestors, like, they're the only unit that can really do any splash damage for quite a while. So, that, I think, convinces me to put Banelings up a little higher. We have the Colossus, which, much like the High Templar has its niche, goes up higher. Yeah. In fact, the Colossus goes above the Widowmine. I think the Colossus has found its footing a little. Still not the counter to everything, but players are getting better at using it. The Cyclone has been nerfed back into its lane, I think. I think it's actually worse than the Cyclone we had a year ago now. More annoying in the early game, but less strong in the role as like an early game sniper. Still better at being aggressive, but on defense, which is what it originally was used for, or at least before the big change, it isn't as good. So, and it was some of the power of it as an attacking, it was taken away. So now it's just kind of, much like the Tempest has kind of always been. It's the best of a relatively mediocre suite of options. The Overseer, 50 gas apiece, and they somehow die in the dozens. It's a bit embarrassing, if you're not Cyril. The Brood Lord definitely goes above the Ultra. What is the Ultra doing up there? As does the Corruptor, which counters the Colossus. Yeah. The Tempest. Hydra up higher here. Yeah, Hydra's definitely. I mean, yeah. That looks good. Better. All these units are units that you could have in the army and are good, but you probably, with the exception of maybe the Hydras, are not making... I guess Hydras and Roaches, but you're not making your whole army out of it. I feel like the Roach is going to end up with the Baneling, where it's like a begrudging A tier. Because... yeah. Based on my own logic, I have to put it there. Because it's the best at what it does, which is being an early game massable option that has any range. That's also not Queens. Like, yeah. Fair enough, me. You've convinced me. I see your wisdom. Then the mothership is not entirely useless, but is still very expensive. The swarm house can be good. The adept. That is by far the weirdest choice. Like, it drops off so hard. The Hellbat is on a reverse bell curve, where it's like pretty good and then horrible, and then in the late game it becomes like, with all its upgrades, it becomes pretty good again. The Adept does not have that redemption arc. The Adept just gets worse. It peaks with Glaives and maybe +1, and then it just gets worse over time. The only time it sees use past that is against Protoss, which we're not factoring in because that's a clown fiesta. It feels like a unit that you should be able to make a lot more of. It's the same price as a Marauder. Like, if we're comparing it to the Marauder, which of those units sees more use? B, maybe. It's better at its role than the Ultra. Well, that's not true, though. I gotta... Okay. Fine. Yeah. Fine. Okay. The Hellbat still stays there because I feel like the Hellbat is a damage unit that was supposed to be a tanking unit. It's okay at tanking, but like has a damage upgrade. I always felt like the Hellbat should be tankier and be less like, it shouldn't be melting Zerglings. But it's a bit of an odd one. Honestly, even though it has that redemption arc, I still think C tier. It's partially because Terran has so many better options in the late game. It's just kind of thrown in. You only build Hellbats when you're really kind of low on the options. It's much like Swarmhouse and Mothership. It's a super late game choice that can pay off, but also could waste you a lot of money. I would put Mule above the CC because the CC is only so good because of it. I don't scan you. DTs are, yeah, they're C tier. Since we're moving them away, we're putting Archons as a separate unit. Mutas, auto turrets are fine. Like, they're not the best spell on the Raven, but they're also fine. The Spine and the Void Ray. I scoured. As soon as I moved the Adept, I'm like, can I move anything down to make it look more fair? But they get, like, most of the units in the game have a role. It's just, like, not every unit is used every game, which is fine. There are some units that, like, Void Rays and Spines aren't rare. They're just the last choice. I'm desperately looking for something else I can put in D tier, but honestly, by my own logic, I don't think I would. Like, there is no other unit that is both the only choice and a bad one. That's what D tier is. Which, like, they both have to be a unit you're forced to build and a bad one when you do. Like, things have gone wrong. Spines are a little different because you just build a bunch of them, but they're still terrible. They're always just a buffer zone for everything else. That's ultras. I could see ultras and C. Okay, I'm opening it up for debates here, based on my own knowledge. So S tier is always want at least some, maybe, probably more. Every single game, you could see it or would see more of it. The battle cruiser is the only odd one out there, which you don't see every game, but always looks incredible anyways. Hellbats are not always bad, so they can't be C tier. Unless we want to delineate a little more. Ultras. A tier are units that are built and either because they have to be, because they're the best at their role, or because they're so good at it individually when they are. Like, the Liberator is not built every game, but it always gets something. The Immortals are an incredibly strong core unit. The Nexus, obviously. Disruptors, like... I can't agree. Ultras are B. It's not the same. They fill a role. They're very good at being a win more unit. Like, they can close games out, especially against anyone who's not clone. Why are drones S tier? Because they're workers, and all workers are S tier. It's a bit of a cop-out, but they're the worst S tier worker. Nexus is in the list because it has active fighting abilities, like Overcharge and Recall. Same with the Orbital. The Hatchery does not. Yeah, it looks good to me. This, I'm like, I'll just run through this real quick. 90 minutes later. And could definitely split this into other roles, but I can't see myself moving much. My instinct is Mutas down to D, but I don't think they're quite that bad. Like, I think that's just personal bias, is Mutas in D. So they stay in C for, like, they're still there. They're just rare. If I was to rank hatcheries, they'd probably be S, because they're amazing, but, like... No, they'd be A, because the Queen exists, and it pretty much does the job of a hatchery, whereas the Orbital Command is just a better command center, so... Like, a hatchery is nothing without the Queen. Okay. Well, that is your definitive authority on how good StarCraft units are. Remember, the most important thing. Like and subscribe. No, it depends. Okay, there are always a time and a place for some units. Like, for example, Void Rays will ruin your 4v4s. Motherships will ruin your professional Protoss play. And battle cruisers will ruin the game entirely. But don't let that stop you from building what units you want to build and making what comments you want to comment. Because StarCraft is about inclusivity and including all the important races and all the Zerg and the Protoss. So, like, subscribe. Hopefully, this made your day a little bit better. Stay chill. That's enough of that. That was a lot more thinking than I wanted to do. But of course. Tier list of all spells. I kind of just did that though. That already happened. Mm-hmm. Alright, I'm going to post it on Discord. I don't know if I'll ever end up posting anywhere else. Thank you. Archon mode. What? Archon mode anything? Is that a joke? Then you have to find someone else to play Archon. Thank you, Mojeka. I don't know why we're not making the noises here, but...
Hell, it's
there you go.
about time. Your dedication will be rewarded. Your dedication will be rewarded.
Alright, on the StarCraft channel of Discord, we have the
dedication will
definitive
be
tier list.
rewarded.
Thank you, Super Segway.
Yes, yes, yes. Just as I deserve.
Alright, we're gonna go back to Americas, and I will cast a free-for-all on Biome.
New
Or maybe that other
subscriber
Brood War map,
detected.
but I like Biome a lot.
Let's get more brains in StarCraft.
Brood War only.
2.
Instead of
Keep doing
2v2,
your
I mean,
part.
we did some 2v2 earlier. How about we get some free-for-allers? On the coolestest map. I need to make sure to switch my observer interface because otherwise it breaks. Wait, what? You can't make public when observers are present? Somebody scan me. Can I make public and then make myself a referee? No, I didn't know that. Why can't you observe public gear? How did I not know that? Is also a weird one. That's blowing my mind right now. I gotta... You guys can join the Winter SC2 group chat. Angel of Death will... You know what? No, we'll go with 2 if needed. They'll just 1v1 on a 5-player FFA map.
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you,
Just as I
Magix.
deserve.
Ah, yes. You guys want to confirm some biases? We have a new balance report. Hot off the presses. Which race do you think is doing best in tournaments over the last few months? Let's see if my units in the tier list were... So this is only from the top 8 players, which extends to the entire list of people I can put in my YouTube title that actually gets them to click, and then some. So... Terran versus Zerg. Terrans are only winning 55% of matches. With an average of 61, of course. Which is down negative 7% from December of last year, if you look closely. So, very tough right now, especially with the Widowmine nerf. Protoss versus Zerg, 50-50. Which means Protoss probably should be nerfed again. In my opinion. What about Protoss versus Terran? Now that is a little surprising. Is Hero and Max Packs, once again, putting the entire race on their backs and pushing it over the 50% mark to 51. Nightmare at 50. You know, Nightmare moving up 54%. There's actually, for the first time, Maru at 89. So Maru has killed Hero. And several times. They've been close, though. So, Maru at 89, Clement 73. Honestly, now, so here's your real talk about this. About why Protoss versus Terran, like, in my opinion, the split. Well, one, Cyril hasn't played, so. Also, the maps are horrible for Zerg. It's not as important in PvZ, but it's very important when you're facing siege tanks. And Reapers. Like, the new map pool is not good for Zerg. It's very tough. Honestly, I think more than balance changes that has affected TVZ overall. It also is a relatively low sample size, but remember, this is just tracking the top players. So, honestly, well, this is all the people we could drag together here for, I've got an idea. We're gonna add a little spice to it then. Are you gonna comment some ESL games? Believe it or not, I comment ESL games almost every day. That's like 70% of my content. Oh, I can't do the give players minerals thing. And also have the Evo mod. What about the show match on Sunday? Is there a show match on Sunday? Anything ESL releases the replays of, I can guarantee you, I'll comment some of it. The best parts, of course, within several days. All right. Sorry to the players here, but I have something special. Kiwion sent me some games. Thank you for prompting him. I gotta vet it. It's multiple mirror matchups, but like mirror matchups between Brood War and SC2. Including a very surprisingly involved Zerg versus Zerg. So we're gonna vet that Zerg versus Zerg match. Take a look at what it actually looks like. Angry coaching? Do you have replays? You still do Angry Coach? Well, people stopped having replays from within the last couple months and would play one game and send it in. Was most of it at some point. The last poll was, have you played a ladder game this year of any form in SC2? I believe 80% of people said no with like 30,000 votes on YouTube, so. All right. Which, honestly, that was a little higher than I thought. With almost 1 in 5 playing a single game, potentially. Alright, so this is a Grandmaster. Apparently, this is... It claims to be an S-rank Zerg from Brood War. Which I'm not sure having Brood War knowledge actually helps very much in this mod, but... We'll see how he handles it. But for now, we'll let Lenny handle it. I'll be right back. A few moments. And then I'll tell you this game. Not short. Not going to end with just Ling Bang. At least reasonably sure, unless it's a lot more insane than I thought.
forces are under attack. Evolution complete. Evolution complete. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. The hive cluster is under attack. Our forces are under attack. Evolution complete. Evolution complete. The hive cluster is under attack. Our forces are under attack. The hive cluster is under attack. Our forces are under attack.
Is he using Queen Scourge? What?
Our forces are under attack.
What has happened here? Against mutas. I guess Ensnare does work against air? What a play. Ah! Yeah, but then what? What's your follow? Hey, that's not enough Scourge! You got some. Oh no. I don't think Vanelings do extra damage because Hydras are not light units. They're just biological. That Scourge don't do AoE damage. So... Oh no, they're on the run. Ensnare! Got him. Nice. Well, the queens are gonna die, but queens are only 100. Alright. I don't... What is Scourge? 75 gas? Yeah. So, and 2 Scourge to kill a Muta. And you get 2 Scourge per Scourge larva. So it is efficient. And of course only 25 minutes. So...
Our forces are under attack.
SC1 Zerg supply is so low. Like, I think supply costs are just way lower in general in Brood War. You're more limited by the ability to move units around.
Our forces are under attack.
Feels like he has just as many units, but... Oh, what is it? Hydra's 1 supply. I don't know. Queens are 2. Mutas are all 2 in SC2.
Our forces are under attack.
This is why the select all army key is so valuable. +1.
Is under attack.
Yeah, 300 supply Zerg only really existed in SC2. I think as a balance. Especially compared to... Oh, we got the ensnare off nearby. Another one. Don't really need to stack it. It lasts like 30 seconds, like all Brood War spells, right? This looks like what again? Okay, he's just looking at like... It looks like it's working, but Ensnare, yeah, also lowers attack speed. 50% movement by 50 and attack speed by 25 for 27 seconds. Jeez. And now we wait. Sorry, it's gonna... break everything, but... Now, when you add the teal and the lavender, it looks very Brood War-y because we didn't have primary colors back in the day.
The hive cluster is under attack.
Flyer Carapace 2. Why is the Hydra damage just tickling Mutas? Because it doesn't do very much damage. Other Hydras. Versus Light, 7.5. It's even less than base damage. Hydras are 1 supply, and they cost as much as a Roach. Hydras are effectively the Roach of SC1. The Queen took over that role, along with most of the other early game roles in SC2.
Our forces are under attack.
I'm trying to think if there's a... Wouldn't... Yeah, Dark Swarm would... Would Dark Swarm beat the Mutas? Yes, right? Will the Glaives do damage, or... Of course, then you have to go through all the effort to get a Defiler and all that. There's the Defiler Mound. Having the Defiler Mound be a Roach Ward is very... throws me off every single time. Same with the Queen Nest. Well, the Infestation Pit for Queen's Nest makes more sense, but... I don't think Plague is the choice, but Dark Swarm. Because they can just fly away, so... There's that. Even if ensnared, like, they'll get away.
Evolution complete. Our forces
No, I think you just, like, you get Dark Swarm, and you do a Hydra Lurker push, just like it's SC2, but instead of Blinding Cloud, you got Dark Swarm. He's upgrading Plague. And they can't really touch you. Mutas! So many. Yeah, there is no, like, parasitic bomb, but there is ensnare, and that's a lot of Scourge! There was a lot of Scourge. It was not like, all the Scourge did damage, but they don't do splash. So many circling. Yeah, that's the problem with Mutas. Is like, at some point you need to fight. They're going to force a fight. Unless you've done incredibly well with the Mutas. So, how do you handle that?
Our forces are under attack.
Ensnare, point blank. But now he has enough. Oh, well. Wow, those Hydras are so bad. It's essentially like watching. I'd say each Hydra has the value of like 1.5 Marines. Except they don't have stim or medevacs. So in this case, like, it's like watching 30 Mutas fight 15 stim marine or non-stim marines. That's why the fight's going so poorly. They're not the SC2 Hydras, which still would lose a fight in those numbers.
Our forces are under attack.
Defilers. You just gotta be very careful not to consume the defilers. Oh my god. This is the worst part. I'm just trying to click on Zerglings. He's spending so much time. Yeah, Plague Uga! Did he miss the plague? Oh, he's got it. Massive plague! But now we see that patented runaway maneuver. I take it back. He's just gonna fly into the corner. Those Mutas heal. I guess they're kind of... I don't know. How long does it last? So it won't kill him. 300 damage over 27. So the same time as Ensnare. If he gets him within one-shot range for the Scourge, though. But the Mutas, I don't think they heal fast when the Plague does damage, but they heal quickly. So... I feel like Dark Swarm push is just like... Well, now there are Ultras on the way. And that's when Dark Swarm becomes less valuable. Here it is. They're healing. Oh my. Wait, what did he... Oh, he played the Zerglings. Uh-oh. I don't know if you can even Broodling the Ultras. Lurkers are fine. Enough of them. Like, you just need a lot, like 10, 15 Lurkers. Which, Lurkers are only 2 supply. One for the Hydra, one for the Lurker. So, that's not a huge ask. Ultras are 6. If you get 3 Lurkers per Ultra, you'll be fine. Obviously in like medium numbers. Plague plus like... You need like 15 Lurkers here. Not 3 Lurkers. Like 15 Lurkers. Oh, there's no detection because SC2 Zerg can't just do overload. Oh my god. Okay, like 15 Lurkers. Not 3. What? He just Dark Swarm out of panic. Like, way more will they cleave through the lurker eggs, or are the lurker eggs immortal? They're okay against them. Oh, there goes the... Yeah, I guess the Ultras do enough damage. Well, here, I get my 15 lurkers. The Lings are doing plenty of damage on the other side. The counterattack's good. Is it good enough? Those cracklings. I think the lurkers could have a slightly better position, but the hatchery wall... Oh, he killed the Overseer with Scourge! But how do you stop the Ultra Rampage? Oh my. Chippity choppity, get the fuck off my property. There's not enough lurkers. It's nice to see SC2 Ultras finding a role. The ensnared Ultras. Ugh. Was this Nickelodeon? Oh my. Oh god. Knocks part of it over there. I always love the ragdoll. Oh no. Trying to get more over. Another major weakness of SC2 Zerg. Just detection. Overseers. Such a pain. It's 29 supply. That's what we're left with. Scourge! Oh my god, that's so annoying. How do you even defend it? Like, how can he attack? It's like Corsair DT. No. Bring the Spore across. Run away! But the Spore can reposition. Oh my god, they chopped it up.
The Hive Cluster is under attack. Our forces are under attack.
He's just trying to outlast the Scourge. GG. And that's honestly, I think that a Dark Swarm Lurker push was the play way earlier. I think what we're seeing, even with the high level players, is a lot of people figuring out one mechanic and then just doing that and then realizing there's more stuff, but it's probably too late. Like, and I say a lot of the pro games are like that too, where they're like, oh yeah, but it's a bit late now. Which has a tendency to happen with new strategy games. But yeah, there was definitely a Defiler opportunity there well before the Ultras. But still, dramatic game. So it appears the counter to SC2 Zerg is simply doing what everyone else does, which is just walling off. So, you know what? Yeah, makes sense. Just wall off. Do you know 2 hatcheries can wall you off and just take a tiny choke point, and then good luck, Banelings. Like, you could just put a temporary unit or something in there, like Protoss does, with either units or just slap an Evo chamber. Yeah, it's nice to see Ultras looking good. All right, I'm glad to see that. All right. Well, thank you for watching the SC2 tonight. I hope you guys been enjoying. Make sure to recommend series from DreamHack Dallas, because I mean, if you're watching live, that's great. But if you happen to want to watch again with different commentary, it's always awkward to ask for which series would you like to see me cast, because that implies you've seen the series. Otherwise, you're just doing what I do, is just looking at the name. So, but at the end of the day. So thank you for watching on YouTube. Like it, can we get 100 likes? All right. And we'll do it all again. Probably gonna play for the first time in a while some Chivalry, because it's a free weekend and I'm going to slaughter a bunch of new players and turn them off the game. Well, we're probably gonna make some fun out of it as opposed to just bullying, but you know, we'll find out. Otherwise, thank you for watching over on the YouTubes. Good luck, have fun. I'll see you.